Okay, we have some that are on travel, some that need to be excused. We have Lisa, she's on travel. Pam's on travel. Jordan's on travel. Martha is medical. Stanley is medical. And Norman is late. Oh, he's here. Anybody else that needs to be excused? Not, we need a motion to approve the excuses. Steve, Fremont, second. Question by Wayne. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Online, Eileen? Moving excuses.
Yes.
Donna?
Yes.
11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
0.
Motion carried.
11, 0, 0.
Okay, we got the agenda approval. We have regular agenda. There's nothing really added to it. We have 10:30. We have partners in performance. Greg Moss going to come and talk to the council a little bit, introduce himself. He's doing some strategic planning for economic development for Rosebud Reservation. They usually work for Fortune 500 companies, so it's quite an honor to have him here. So I'm going to bring him in and introduce you guys to him. So we'll do that at 10:30. Anything else that needs to be added to the agenda today before we approve it? Russell.
Okay, you have some pictures up there. I have a resolution that will be coming under your report, but it won't be ready until tomorrow. We add that on the tax law resolution.
Okay. All right. We'll do that.
Chairman,
Right, Donna?
I want to go on travel on Monday, so I probably need a motion for that whenever it's appropriate.
Okay. Okay. If there's not anything else on for the agenda, we'll need a motion to approve it. Wayne, second by Tennille, question by Bill. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Online, Eileen?
Yes. Yes.
0.
Not voting.
0.
Motion carried. Okay. Galen, did you bring me something today, or?
Gail's coming up, yes.
Gail's coming up? Okay. Okay, we have the BIA back here. We usually start with our constitutional officers, but I think we're gonna do with our deputy superintendent up here, and then we'll have Jolene after that. So, you guys able to give a report today, Ray?
Yeah. Hopefully Jolene will show up here soon.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll wait then. Okay, we'll wait. Jolene, you wanna go? Okay, come on up then.
council and administration. Okay, for Rosebud general account, you have $1,377,849. And that consists of the grazing fees and farm pasture. TLE's account, we have $7,698,068. And our Elka recoup account, $9,022,610,000. And we currently have 2,300 whereabouts unknown on our books. That's what we have for this last month. Any questions?
Questions? She always has long reports, so.
Sorry, it took all morning.
Yeah, what was the number unaccounted for?
The whereabouts unknown?
Yeah.
2,300.
2,300.
Yeah.
And those are all, I'm assuming they're all tribal members.
All
right?
tribal members, account holders that don't have updated addresses in our system.
That's something that we should seriously look at, you know, because of ARPA, you know, the numbers that going back to enrollment, giving us, you know, the number of 35,000. Maybe that can be included in the report, or at least documented, you know, because, you know, down the road, we got to do a report back to the government.
Yeah.
Have you cross-indexed those 23 unknown with Travis Jensen,
No. Who's Travis Jensen?
the head of ARPA?
ARPA?
And so, like, what Russell was talking about is like all those tribal members out there, we do have updated addresses on some that we have no idea, you know. And then new enrollees as well. So maybe even a new enrollee may be an unknown
Whereabouts
living
unknown?
member, living
Yeah.
member or something. Air.
How often does he run his reports, Travis? Or,
It's been done for a while,
Yeah.
yeah,
I mean, it should be part of,
at least last 4 months.
okay.
and then, $9 million,
For the Ilka recoup account.
the what?
That's for the Ilka account,
Okay.
$9,022,610. And the last meeting I showed up to was 8.9 million. Oh, it's 9 million. So it's growing with interest. Any other questions?
Any more questions for Jolene? Now we need a motion to approve her report.
That's the report?
Yes.
Sweet.
Yep.
Second by Vanessa, question by Steve. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Online, Eileen?
Yes.
Donna?
Yes.
14.
Oh,
0.
not voting.
0.
Motion carried.
Thank you.
It said the superintendents can be comments, so we'll go to my report next. So that's why I was trying to get everybody. I got all these resolutions that people hand me, so it's not that we're trying not to bypass anybody, it's just that they need to be brought on, so. Thanks, Jordan. Okay, we'll go to the constitutional officer's report. We'll start off with mine. The first thing I have on my report is the FEMA update. We have a team of FEMA members here actually doing the count and expenditures for the allowed time that we have to claim for those for the storm related stuff. What happened, well, it was reported last meeting that we had a 48-hour period to claim the most expenses that we had during the storm, but they're going to allow us for like 48 hours for each community, or maybe we tripled up on communities at one time, so they're gonna give us more time to do each different community. I know we started off with Spring Creek, Grass Mountain area, and Two Strike area, and they were all done together, so they're allowed the 48-hour period for those 3 communities to count their expenses for storm-related stuff, and then there's the other communities that were allowed to be able to claim 48 hours themselves. So that's a good thing. That's a good thing. We can claim more on it. The team's down here today. Sometime today when they come down here, I want to just give you guys a little report. So I just kind of wanted to give you an update for now. Next thing on my report is, remember the Children Memorial that Amy Sazu is trying to put together down there for at Sioux. They got that piece of land over there. They're planning to put a memorial up there. It's a big thing. She gave me we had a meeting down in Rapid City, and we need permission from the tribe to be able to have her move forward with what she wants to do. So I have a resolution here for that, and I'll have the Sergeant at Arms pass that out. And it's kind of a memorandum of understanding and a resolution to be passed, so I'll give you a copy first, please. Amy said that if she needed to come down and give a little report on that or a little history on that, she would do that. She would just need to be requested to do that. So,
Mr. Chair,
yeah,
I gave Amy a time to work with Land and Natural Committee and give a presentation.
okay, that sounds good.
Should give an update about the statute and EA, which she's trying to get done. That's why this resolution is coming. So we can start having a private entity do the EA to get it done faster.
You got copies to it? Let's see if
What is she trying to do?
see if Wayne can
She
get
has an
copies.
organization, Susan.
Okay. I guess we need to make copies, so I'll go on to the next thing and we'll bring that back up. The next thing on my report was Army of Corps of Engineers. We had a meeting on Monday. We had a team from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers come down from Omaha. His name was Colonel Himes. He brought his staff and some other people down to talk about our water code. We talked a little bit about our water rights and how we can do an MOU or MOA with them to basically try to enforce our water code and when it comes to time to doing that. But a lot of you guys were up there. I thought it was a real productive meeting. We have talked a little bit about the storm-related stuff and all the parts that went on during the storm. We have another meeting on May 22nd with Senator Rounds' staff and other entities that are going to be there. The BIA superintendents will be there. We have Corps of Engineers and, of course, Senator Rounds' staff is going to be there. So that's going to be on May 22nd. So anybody that wants to go up there and be part of that'd be a good thing. So we can talk about how we can work together when things happen and pull all our resources together. So maybe talk a little bit about MOAs and MOUs with Corps of Engineers again. So,
Is that who the MOU is with, the Corps of Engineers?
no, we don't have one with that. We have to go directly through FEMA to be able to get to them. So we're trying to make it an easier process rather than going through the state. So we're trying to work with them to see how we can make that a faster process. The point of contact that when it's something like a storm happens the next time, we go through FEMA, how fast that would be able to get help from the Corps of Engineers. So.
Okay, so it cut the state.
Yeah. We're trying to bypass the state, so we don't have to. Our relationship is with the federal government, not with the state. So it would be a lot easier to work with them if we come up with some MOA or MOU with them. So
Thank you.
okay. We have our superintendent here now. We already had Jolene here, so Jolene, are you ready to give a report today?
I also have here Ray. He's the new deputy, so we
Okay.
can both give a report.
Okay.
Mr. Hart. Good morning. Can we add a turn?
Yeah, that's.
Okay. Thank you.
That was just a packet. Resolution.
Good morning. We have here our new deputy superintendent. This is his first time before council. Mr. Ray Hart, he was here prior. So now he's permanently our new deputy superintendent for Rosebud agency. He started November.
Yep, yep, I can't remember, end of November. So.
End of November, right before Thanksgiving.
So my name's Raymond Hart. Like Jolene said, I was here as an acting deputy. In 2015, I was the FMO here at Rosebud for roughly 8 months, and then I was and I got hired as the regional FMO at the region. Member of the Northern Cheyenne Tribe in southeastern Montana, and worked with some of you guys before already. Yeah. Happy to be here, and if you have any questions, just contact me. And, willing to work with everybody. Try to answer the questions that, if I don't have the answers, I'll give the answer. Any questions?
Well, I'm thankful he's here. He's been doing a good job stepping up on all the different aspects, especially fire. We've been reviewing a lot of those aspects. So, again, thank you for having us both here today before it's April. Months are just going by pretty quick here. Well, you all received the report last week from March, the month of March, with regards to the daily functions of the agency. I think the biggest point that I would like to let the council know is that the single audit is still outstanding from last year, and that's due again this coming June. So once June comes around, you'll be needing to have 2 audits submitted. So that's a critical point as far as looking at funding, looking at reports. So I just wanted to make sure that you all are aware. I did highlight that as a critical highlight with regards to the 2021, and that the 2022 is due June 30th. So that's just around the corner. So if you could work with Miss Andy Olin, so make sure that you work with her. She's been working with you, both her and Shelley, to make sure that all the reporting, even the ones that were back. So back in January and February, there was a spreadsheet in the report with regards to the different 638 programs that still had outstanding reports. So all their summary reports, those are still, we're hoping to get those from the tribe and the different programs. So I could resend that out, but it was highlighted in January and in February reports in a table. So that's really important to get to the Bureau as far as getting that completed. The other, we did speak with Mr. President with regards to the CTGP, the Tribal Government Programs Contract, with regards to the scope of work and budget, and that was for the blizzard funding.
Okay.
So, but I did get that memo, that MOA, which we discussed.
The superintendent's talking about the money that came down from the storm, for the storm. Some of that went directly to roads department, and there's another $352,000 that we decided that maybe the sand and gravel would benefit off it, because they use a lot of their equipment and their fuel, and they can use the funds too. So we did draft up an MOU to ask them to be able to to allow that to happen. And I was going to bring up another budget under my report for sand and gravel to be able to use those funds. So they're planning on to maybe buy another piece of equipment or something with that fund. So I have the office working on it. I should be able to bring it up to you sometime today.
Okay, and that will end September 30th, is that
Okay,
right?
yep,
Regarding
okay.
this MOA? Okay, I just wanted to make sure that all that was in order and that we have that on file with Andy.
Yeah,
And Shelley. Okay, great, that's perfect, thank you.
Ooh.
And that is the one-time
Sharon,
funding.
you have a question?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to back up regarding the audits that you were talking about. So, I believe one of our chartered entities is the reason why our audits haven't been turned in. So my question is, can the tribe turn that in without that chartered entity and then resubmit at a later date? Or is that something you would have to ask?
I would have to clarify that question, but it's good to just put it in all at once because it goes through the federal clearinghouse.
Okay.
And so the federal clearinghouse covers specifically Rosebud Sioux Tribe and all its entities. So it would be better for you to just submit all at once. Okay, rather than to add on. But I don't know if they're like a regular IRS as far as, getting an extension, but I can double check on that and then get back to you.
Okay.
I'll get back to you.
Natasha, do you know if that audit is complete?
I thought it was complete. I thought it was submitted. So I was understanding that Redco got theirs in, and it was sent to me by email. I just thought it was forwarded to you guys too. So
Okay.
I thought it was done.
I thought so too.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll also double check and this is as of April 5th, so it might have been between then and now.
Yeah,
that it's
I
been
remember
turned
seeing
in,
it in an email. So
Is that for 21?
Yeah, for 21, yes.
Like
Correct.
Micah.
And just, to keep you up to date too, up here it says that the audit for 22 is due June 30th of this month, so you need to get on that too, so right now.
I gotta start pushing, make people light the fire underneath them because otherwise it just sits. So the last time it was due, they were just sitting on it back there. Nobody was moving on it. So I'm gonna have to. I think it's the CFO's responsibility to make sure that audit is done and it's presented to the people that needs to be presented to. So I'll make sure that happens this time. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. So with regards to the Rosebud blizzards, just on a note, during that time, I know everybody was still dealing with the snow and the impact of the snow in their communities, and we were assisting as much as we could by assisting with plowing through fire in your areas. I wanted to just make sure that since then, we do have an interagency agreement with EIA Emergency Management along with Forest Service that was implemented through our agency, and it's good for 5 years, and it's good as far as requesting resources from other sister federal agencies such as U.S. Fish and Wildlife to bring in bulldozers. I know that was a big problem with regards to getting the state to respond and get assistance here right away. And so with that said, we did get that approved, and that was through central office, and it came through. So now that we're, with the winds and the heat, and now we're in red flag warning, another storm may come. If that is the case, then we do have that option to get assistance from other federal agencies as far as the bulldozers, the heavy equipment, including the operators, so that the operator and the equipment come together. Because I know that was another issue that was being looked at as far as an obstacle to have heavy equipment certified operators in those machines and then out there, doing their work. So just to let you know, that's good for 5 years. But like I said, we're in red flag warning time, and you all saw that smoke yesterday out south of here. It was south of Highway 20, and it was affecting Kilgore in that area. So, we were, getting all riled up as far as seeing smoke. Everybody doesn't like to see smoke, including me. But we are looking to get prepared for fire season. It's here. We did have 12 fires down at Spring Creek last week, and those were arson. So just to let you know, even though there's still some snow on the ground, it's there. On the other side of things, we did assist as well to get sandbags, and we've been talking with Bob, Mr. Oliver, with regards to preparing the communities, if needed, for flooding. And that's the other thing where an IAA can come into play as far as assistance to Rosebud Sioux tribe as a whole and all the communities. So that's something that's there, and I just want to make sure that all of you and your communities are aware that that's there. So you just have to work with us, with Ray, with Bert. We can put that in, request the assistance, and interagency agreement between federal partners. And that was, we pushed that through central office, through PC. Okay. So,
Sorry to cut you off.
oh, no, you're fine.
I just want to clarify with that IAA, it's with the Fish and Wildlife Service and the
Yeah,
BNI.
what did I say? I always think of Forest Service, but it's Fish and Wildlife.
Fish and
Yes,
Wildlife.
Fish and Wildlife. And we did have them come out. We had two staff, right?
Yeah, we had a
Two-
front end loader
Yeah.
with the equipment to haul that front end loader to the agency, and also with the operator and a chase truck to follow the operator around
Yeah.
during the storm.
So that's really good for us to have, on the side as far as emergency for your communities. So like I said, if you need any assistance in your communities, especially with the flooding, we've been in contact with Bob Oliver with regards to some of these, the dams, to make sure that they're okay. We do have an inspection coming around, and we need to follow up on that, and when, probably Rocky Mountain is going to come out and do the inspections on those with him. So that'll be coming around. The other, and I think this is really good news for Rosebud Agency, we've been looking to, and I'm really glad Ray's here, is that we're really looking to build up the wildland fire branch for Rosebud Agency. On USA Jobs, we have a lot of openings. We even have, we did have a recent interview Monday with regards to the level, and the entry level that we've worked with the fire HR program or office is to start at GS4, so entry level. So it's something that we're really trying to focus on. We're working with, right now that was the call I was on, the Great Plains FMO call, which goes over all the funding, everything. But Ray can give more detail, because we do have the bipartisan infrastructure law that's been looked at as far as looking at fuels funding for a fuels-only crew. Say that.
So with that field crew, we have a GS7, which would be the lead for that crew, a GS6, and 4 and 5. So it's going to be a 5-person fields crew, just to work specifically on fields projects. That way we get all our acres that we said that we're going to complete for the year, so we get those done and completed, and hopefully we can go beyond those acres. And then we also advertise a fire operations specialist, which is kind of the assistant to the FMO. Well, let me back up. We also advertise the FMO, since we don't have the FMO rate. Awesome. But we had to advertise at 11, just because we can't do the ladder from 11-12 to the highest level. So some of the folks that we have locally would not qualify for the 12, so we advertise at the 11. And once they meet that requirement for the 12, then we could advertise it at the 12, what it was before.
Yeah.
So then also we have the fire operations specialist, which has been vacant since you guys all know Haas Perman, Marshall, since he vacated the position. Also, we haven't had a field specialist here at the agency for quite some time. So those are two critical positions that need to be on board, especially when fire season comes up, especially the fire operations specialist. Plus we have 2 TRM positions under the preparedness program, which is the regular, just to fill out these engines that we have here. I think that's all.
Yeah.
We were working hard to get all these positions filled. I was hoping by fire season, but
We've had no response.
Wayne, did you have a question, comment?
Yeah, so you will end up having enough machinery and then people here shortly, hopefully, that you can get into the fire trail maintenance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah, they'll do the maintenance. It's not every fire trail every year, they kind of stagger them every year just to.
Yeah, sure. You have a question, comment?
And I also want to do a lot more prescribed burning. Not only in the grass, but in the timber, because I think the timber needs a lot of work.
I know we ask this question every time, but I guess, do we have an update on when our volunteer fire department trucks are going to be certified? So they answered lots of calls, and then you need to understand that the burden of the funding falls on the tribe, on us, on our general account. And when that happens, it takes away from services and programs that are existing. So if they're certified, then they can bill, especially for all the wildland fires. I know they can't bill for structure fires, but they can, and they do respond to these wildland fires, and I've seen them put these fires out super quick. There's also something that I just want to clear the air about. There's something that was said, and I don't know how true it is, so I want to know what the regulations are regarding fire and hazard pay. I was told that the BIA fire allows range fires to burn because they accumulate hazard pay. So they sit there and let our land burn up when they could be putting it out sooner than they are, because they want to sit there and rack up hours. Is there truth to that?
No. They, Bert, he's been the acting FMO, and he's pretty good at making sure that they put these fires out. The only reason they would go to the next ridge, it would be safety concerns. They don't want to put anybody in harm's way, but they're pretty good at it. Initial attacking the fires and putting them out there. Yeah, there's no truth to that.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that there's no loopholes in the policy that allows it.
No, and we reviewed their time cards. So.
And since I've been down that fire at least twice a week just to make sure everything's running. And as far as the VFDs, wildland fire, the money is allocated for wildland fire only, but we can't pay for any structure fire.
I understand that. And so does the VFD.
Yep.
But they respond to the
And do they have a contract? And they should have an agreement in place with fire.
But the VFD has not been getting paid, but BIA consistently on every fire paying other VFDs from every single other outside area except for RSTs. And then they dodged it and said, oh, it's because your trucks aren't certified. But we've been waiting almost 3 years to have these trucks certified, and they keep saying, oh, we don't want to certify because it's COVID. Well, we'll park them outside away from everybody and no one will be in it.
So they need to be inspected, is that what you're talking about?
And it was radios. Oh, we got the radios. Oh, it had to be lights. Got the lights. Oh, it had to be a certain tire or something. And we got all that stuff. It's still never happened.
Okay, well, I'll check on that and I'll work with the fire department. Make sure that they do the inspection, and if there's invoices that are out there, we'll make sure they get paid.
Thank you so much for that.
One thing to note on that, they're new vehicles. So as new vehicles, it's before the attorney's solicitor's office to review the language. And so that's when we've been hung up with, and it's still there. We haven't received any notification otherwise.
Who is holding it up?
The
The
solicitor.
solicitor.
Where, who do we call for that?
Yeah.
We keep asking the region what the status is, but they keep referring to the solicitors to their office. So,
It's brought up at every FMO.
Did they ever have an
It's not just
agreement in place?
Rosebud, it's all Great
BIA?
Plains, everybody.
do you know?
Yeah, and I understand your restrictions.
When they first started
So
out,
if we need our
our
contact to make some
because if
phone
they
calls,
did,
then we'll do
we
that. I
could
just
use
don't
that
know.
whole agreement just to.
Rachel, hold on, she has the floor.
Okay.
So, I understand your guys' restrictions, and if it's at every FMO call and there's no resolution, then what is the next step? Who does our Itancha need to call?
The regional director.
Regional director,
And who is that?
Mr. LaPointe.
Okay, just making sure. Changes of that. Okay, would you be able to do that,
I
Itancha?
can sure do that.
Thank you so much.
Okay. There's no problem, speed dial.
And like I was saying, if they had an old agreement, we were instructed to go back to the old agreement to get these things paid. So you can check to see if they have an agreement, like you said, like 2017.
Yeah, when we first started.
So, and I'll check with the fire program to see if they have an old agreement.
Any other questions on fire at this point? Please have everybody apply, please, it's there. If they need help, we've actually had a few come down and sit down with them in front of, the computer and help them submit all their forms through our office. So if they need that, have them come, yeah, and so that we can help them get all the forms uploaded and make sure that their application is submitted correctly, so it doesn't bounce back or have issues to where it's not considered at all at the other next levels. So we're there to assist, so please come by.
And if they need help with their resume, we can help them update it too.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's the other thing. With regards to funding, we did get the rest of our 2023 funding. However, fire and facilities have yet to get those fundings. Burial, we have been moving those forward right away as soon as we're getting applications, including emergency assistance funding. So that's moving forward. The other is just day-to-day, making sure that we respond to calls. I know one of the items that was brought up, which we're dealing with range and realty, is the horse issue, which is there.
Yeah.
And so we're working on that. Let's see, the other would be I've been sending out notifications on the different tribal consultation events. So today is the Hearth Act. From the regional level, we have been asked to work closely with you. I know there was an expressed interest specifically from TLE, from the director and them as a whole, to look more in depth with the Hearth Act. So there have been a couple tribes on these tribal consultations giving their perspective, since they do have Hearth implemented. So it may behoove you to go on to some of these sites that I've been sending you to just listen. They do have different PowerPoints. They do have different information. However, we can also request tribal consultation directly with Rosebud Tribe specifically. So if you want to do that, please let me know. We can have that done and get that organized and scheduled. So it's not just TLE, but tribal council as a whole, so that everybody's on the same page as far as Hearth Act. There is next week tribal transportation workshop being held over at Standing Rock. So if you all are interested, it's with leadership. That's next week, starting the 17th.
And that's tribal.
Tribal
Put on there.
transportation. Tribal transportation here.
Yeah, consultation on.
Yeah, the tribal transportation.
Just
On
how we like to
roads,
define it.
on funding, on bill funding. There's a lot of money that's gone through bill for transportation specifically, so I'm sure that that's gonna be discussed because there's still a lot of funds out there. I know PI Road One needs work. I was out there driving and it's just all, it's that, it needs to be redone. It needs funding to get redone, so, so yeah, so if you, are interested in that. As I said, we've been working through different budgets and, different aspects. I know one thing I wanted to bring up to your attention is that we've been having internal discussions still with regards to your letter that was, or the March 14th,
Is that the
the
resolution
Secretary
Secretary
of
election?
Election. Yes.
I thought that was all corrected. I don't know if Eric's here or not, but we had some things going on with our resolution. First time we sent it over there, the timeline starts when we submit it. And what happened was we didn't send a second page to that, so it didn't have all the signatures on it for the petition. So we redid it, we sent it back again. Now there's one on there that looks like it's scratched out. So that's the issue with that one. So I don't know how to correct that problem though.
And it's not certified with your
It's not
seal,
certified.
and that's what we need to have it be submitted. Otherwise, it may be sent back saying it's not enough. Acceptable.
So she'll just send a certified copy and it would be sufficient enough to suffice for, as far as that looked like it was scribbled out or something. It was just a signature. Somebody looked like they scribbled it as far as their signature was.
We did a statement from him and he signed it.
Oh, he did? Okay.
It's
Did
not
you-
Well, it wasn't a part of our package. We went through it very meticulously, point by point, and so with that said, I do have a draft response to your March 14th letter and packet, and it's mine is 7 pages. So I would like to offer us to sit down, go through it, point by point again.
We did it last time. It was very helpful to do that. We figured out what we needed to do, but when we got back here again and we kind of get busy,
Yeah.
and so, no excuses, but that's what kind of happened. So, Eric, can we, resend that resolution with the petition to have it certified, because we had problems with it again. We need to submit. Okay, all right, we'll resubmit it. We want to set up a meeting with you and I
Okay.
and the team to do that again.
Okay, and will that include government affairs as well?
Yep, we'll do that, okay?
Okay, all right, so as I indicated, I do have a draft that I'd like to go through with you both on that. And that's the response to the March 14th packet we received, which goes back to the November 10th letter that we sent back requesting more information. So I just want to make sure it's very clear. One of the points I want to relay to everyone here and those online as far as leadership is that we want this to be successful. So in order to do that, we would like to get all the points addressed so that the Office of Indian Affairs so there's the Office of Indian Affairs and the Solicitor's Office that will review this. And at that point, we need to have a good solid document from the tribe as a whole so that it doesn't get sent back or have it be to where there's more issues. So we would like to have that addressed here first so that it's successful and you have your secretarial election moving forward. So with that said, we can work with you to look at a plan, and one of those aspects is to point by point make sure that your waiver the request for waiver will be one thing, which we would recommend you ask for first. Then we can move into the secretarial. But we can go through this at that time when we have that discussion. Because there's 2 points to that. So,
All right, Russell?
What kind of timeline are you looking at when you guys can sit down and do all this stuff? I think you should have brought all your recommendations here and we could have went through it together here so that we're all on the same page.
yes.
What kind of timeline are you looking at?
We can go through this as quick as next week. However, I would like to have our technical assistance from our tribal government and the regional level come as well. We did have this conversation with them last week with regards to having them come down and we sit down with you, and that being Mr. Todd Gravel and Dolores Reeves. They worked on secretarial elections before.
Okay, what kind of time frame are you looking at?
If we do it next week, it'll probably be later, because like I don't know what your schedule is. And then the following week, I will be in Aberdeen for superintendent's meeting for Great Plains region. So, 1st of May. I mean,
When can we have a final product? You know, and how long does it take for the solicitor to respond? What, that timeline, do you guys kind of have an idea?
well, it's 120 days when the regional director gets it, that it's sent out and it's going through its process with both the solicitor, because they're going to review not only the federal CFR regs, but they're also going to make sure that it doesn't conflict with your constitution and or any other federal law at that point. And then at which point, because there's two requests, you're requesting the waivers and also the secretarial election. The other piece that has to move forward is that the waiver has to be approved by Asia, Assistant Secretary of Interior's office. So there's two different paths. There's the one with the solicitors to make sure that no federal law or other aspects is being, there's no conflicts, but also the waiver process. So there's two asks here from two different offices where they're going to review it, and then at which point it's going to come back to the tribe with whatever they find. So in order to make sure they don't have any findings, I'd like to have us go through this process again so that we can have more of an understanding. You were there when we met with Mr. Gravel and others on the phone when we had the tribal consultation. I'd like to see if that could occur again so that we can go point by point by point.
Yeah, I think, you know, ultimately, you know, tribal council, we want to be involved. We want to make sure that this process is correct and not getting into any kind of discrepancies. But I know how Solicitor General people work too. It can take forever. I'm still waiting on some issues that they're sitting on that go back about 4 years. So I'm kind of like leery. And, you know,
Well, one point,
and that's another issue that we'll talk about here. And you know, we had a meeting, I won't get into that, but when you're finished with your report, I want to respond to both of you.
okay. One point, and the reason why that hasn't left our office as well is that we do need the actual certified vote. Right now, you know, the first one had only 13 votes. The next one had the line crossed out. And this one, it seems like, well, we have questions. So we need the certified stamp one.
We'll send it over before the day ends, okay?
So that's also in here as far as one of the points,
Okay.
with regards to my draft response. Then the MOA, and unless you have specific items from the report, you all get the update. We've been moving forward with regards to funding, contracts. Andy is currently detailed under Great Plains, so she's been working under that detail. So Shelley Means has been our person to do all our contracting and those aspects. Do you have anything else to add?
No, I think we covered everything.
Okay.
I got one question, Jolene. We were talking about amongst ourselves this morning about all the indirect cost money we haven't got for the last 2 years and the direct contract support money. I know a lot of tribes are operating off of their ARPA funds and stuff like that to make up for it, but there's sometime or another we're going to need those funds, and I don't know what you guys are doing to move that forward.
Okay, we could probably have that at our next.
We've contacted the Secretary of Interior's office, Weezy Garrett, or Weezy Spawn, Little Al, but he hasn't given us a response yet, so just for the council's information that we haven't got any indirect costs for the last 2 years. So it's still there, and along with the direct contract support monies, we haven't got anything, so.
Okay, so that's FY 20 and 21?
Yep.
Okay. I'll follow up on that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I introduce myself as the new deputy. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to call me at the, or send me an email. My email is raymond.hart@bia.gov.
Yeah, and he'll be on all the CCs as well, so. Unless there's any other specific item with a specific branch for the Bureau.
Sure. Go ahead, Sheriff.
Thank you. So about 7 meetings ago, I requested some information about our number of home sites that we have. We really need to adjust get the correct calculations to make sure that the tribe is receiving the right amount of revenue regarding our home site use revenue and business sites. And I requested that a while ago. And I didn't know if there was any follow-up or if you could just include it in your next report. I just need a number. Okay, number of home sites that are. Good. Oh.
Go ahead, Sheriff. And Russell.
Also, I requested a meeting with all of the land offices regarding home site leases to make the process a little bit more smooth. Because of the fact that the BI agency is now in mission, and a lot of our people have to go to the land office, go TLE, go back and forth. They're doing all this back and forth. And it just creates a lot of unnecessary traveling and havoc on our tribal members. So I requested that the BIA host a meeting where we can bring everybody together and start discussing ways that we can streamline this process. Because if you look at the process now, it's a 16-step process. I mean, that's way too many steps. That hasn't been done yet. And that's been about a year that I've been waiting for that meeting. And Mr. Itancha Eaglebear is Inacha Eaglebear is the chair of the Land and Natural Committee. If it would be easier to bring for you guys to work with him to go to one of his meetings, because a lot of those people, except TLE, that have to be invited already attend his meetings because they mandatory report to that committee. So that maybe that will be an easier avenue. But I also don't want to impede on his meeting to take up his space for the business they have. So if we could have that meeting, I would like to meet with you.
Okay, thank you. This just, you want to go touch on that?
Yeah, no, we could set up a meeting to try to, if it's all right with Russell to get into Land and Natural, but if not, we could set up our own meeting and try to streamline what you're talking about. I'll put that on my calendar.
Because just to follow up of what Sherry was saying, when she brought this up about a year ago, we had followed up maybe back in September, October with Dean Wilson to start these meetings and kind of help streamline that process. So it's been several requests.
Well, I'll make sure that gets done. I'm being supervisor now.
Yeah.
So I'll make sure this gets done and we'll start having meetings, and if we have to have more than one, we'll schedule those meetings.
Yeah, just to let you know that our organizational chart does have Mr. Hart overseeing fire, realty, range, probate, and facility. Okay, so that's why I'm really glad he's here, because then he can follow up and then I can focus on other aspects. So, that's how we're functioning as far as
And that's the org chart.
deputy, superintendent, yes. So,
Russell, do you want to be next, or you'll wait till it's done?
Your report, basically, or no?
yes, I'm just answering questions
We
right
got
now.
Micah that wants to ask something before.
Go ahead.
And then just a follow-up, it's been a couple of meetings, but is there any new news on the HEDOG school?
At this point, no. We have been requesting updates from Miss Ewing. She just got into her post full-time, Tiffany Ewing. Right now, it is, as it is, there is going to be funding to, look at the yeah, so that's moving forward.
Okay.
It's just now she's in there full-time, and now she's addressing all these things. She was acting. But it's there.
Can you find out like a time frame? I mean, it's been 3 years maybe, if not longer. And I mean, at the next meeting, provide some more clarification, or
Okay.
I know there's some tribal entities that are waiting to know what the next steps are, so they can prepare.
Yeah,
Maybe we can bring Leota on during the next meeting. I'm sure she has more specific answers for you guys.
Okay.
Actually, it'll probably be the same as last time because we haven't really done anything other than that it's been approved, the funding will be there, and we just need to get that contract. So that's where we're at right now. And we do have our next facilities monthly call next week. So we'll put that on her radar again. She knows this is always constantly asking her, and it's kind of the same. It's not, nothing has changed unless we're out there with the crew and all that. You know what I mean? Like people and doing work. So it's on their radar. It is, definitely is.
Yeah,
Good morning. Yeah, I was following that you are a big help to your people with water rights, and I just wanted to congratulate you for your stance in DC in the past few weeks, and I think that's very commendable. And I was just wondering, like, where you stand with water rights for your own people and the great need, and how the trust responsibility is always ignored between our tribes and the government. I was just asking if you could, you know, it's off your report, but I was just asking if you could go into detail a little bit about that, because I think it's important and sets major precedents throughout Native countries. So I wanted to say thank you.
Well, thank you for that, and thank you for that acknowledgement. I am, and it was brought up before I took this job that I continue to be a Navajo Nation Water Rights Commissioner for the Navajo Nation, and I represent my agency, which is Western Agency, and I've gone through all of the Bureau ethics and that review, and was cleared. So with that said, you know, I was on leave, annual leave, so that's my personal time that I take care of that.
That's what I'm saying. Thank you for.
But with regards to it as a whole and where the Navajo Nation stands with its water rights and what it's been pursuing for the last 50 years or so, I can't really say anything because it's still in court, and the Supreme Court is reviewing it right now, and we won't get a response back until June of this year. So that will be a response from the United States Supreme Court. However, like I said, the Navajo Nation's been pursuing its water rights for the last 50 years.
Yeah.
So that's not just in Arizona, it's New Mexico, Utah, and also parts of Colorado for Upper Basin Colorado River and Lower Basin Colorado River and all its other tributaries in that aspect. So, I can't get into specifics. In my role, we do have confidentiality as well with regards
I guess
to
what
that
I'm
aspect.
really trying to get at is if, because we have some major water issues too, if we needed help, you know, we ask you, ask the person, from one native to another, you know, rather than
Oh,
tribal
definitely.
government to your superintendent. Because I think that your stance and your fight for water rights is tremendous, and I'm just thankful. So.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Hey, Russell.
Hey, Russell.
Yeah, thank you. I have like 3 or 4 points I want to raise with you. And since we're on the topic of water rights, do you remember having a meeting with acting, I don't know what the heck you call them,
Regional Director.
regional directors? And we were talking about our water rights. And they sent us a nasty letter, basically. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And do you remember them telling us they were gonna resend that letter and send us a new one? Have you guys received that, or have you looked into it, or have you asked about it?
It has, yes, yes, and yes, and yes. I've
So
been,
where's it at?
Mr. Stone was given, and that was who we talked to. He's the water person for Great Plains, and he wrote a draft letter to Mr. Borland, who was acting at the time we had that conversation. At this point, that's where it's at with review by Mr. LaPointe. So, and that was as of this week and last week. So I've been following up on them because I know that that's a point that you all want to have a response to. Right now,
Well, I feel there's no follow-up. I feel like somebody in the regional office is dragging their feet. And the way he indicated, he was gonna have that letter to us the next day. And that's been what?
a month.
Really? And, you know, we had a meeting with the Corps of Engineers on Friday, just talking about this. But we need some kind of a response back from we were asking for some kind of a support letter from BIA, but how can we express that without you guys not responding?
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of puts us and I know Mr. Huck, Syed Huck, has really been pushing this. And, you know, it would have been helpful last Friday when we were meeting with the Corps that we had some kind of support letter or response back from the Bureau so that we can have a discussion with them, you know, as agency to agency response in regard to the rule procedure. That would have been helpful. So I guess, you know, I'm really, you know, when something's told to us, you know, I want things, I expect things to happen, and not just sit here and waiting for somebody to do the letter. I mean, all you guys are higher up in that hierarchy of the Bureau. And to me, it seems like there's lack of communication. And, you know, if that's what it takes, I'd call Mr. LaPointe here, and he'll probably come, and he'll probably make some recommendations or response. But leaving it up to your chain of command, it seemed like nothing's happened. Don't you think?
Yes, I agree. I totally agree. And I have been in contact with Mr. Stone. I know that the letter that he has drafted does indicate that it supports Rosebud Drive. However, with our process, any letter has to go through a review, and if there's language in there that may or may not affect your constitution or any other federal aspect, then it'll go through that process, including Mr. Borland and Mr. LaPointe. So, I know, and it is verbiage.
I don't like to be, BS, basically, by bureaucracy. If they say something, I take their word for it. And I'm just doing follow-up.
And we were, like I said, I've been in contact with Mr. Stone every week, it seems like, but he did indicate and he did forward your conversation in your meeting and the notes that were taken at that recent meeting on Friday, the 7th. And BI was indicated as far as your request and your discussion with them, the other federal agencies at this meeting, that RST, or Rosebud Sioux Tribe, seeks federal agency recognition and support to the tribal water code. And that was your stance at that meeting, according to these notes. So we weren't invited to the meeting, however, since it is a sister agency and some of those folks do work alongside the Bureau, it was sent to Mr. Stone. I know one thing that was acknowledged in these notes was the, which I would like to see if you could maybe clarify here, is that there was a report of an illegal water diversion, with which we had a discussion on, and I wanted to find out more information on that.
Yeah, and that's another thing, is, I don't know if I should go off the air or not. I don't want to,
Yeah, let's,
bring up some names and.
yeah, it's personnel stuff, yeah, we should go off air. Calvin, can you take us off air for a little bit? Jolene, when it's talking about indirect costs and direct contract supports, it's for the years 22 and 23. So
Okay.
we haven't received anything yet.
Okay, one of the things that you mentioned it, that diversion.
Well, then,
Well,
that's services program reported to our committee on Monday, and she's trying to create some documents to help families with the burial system and kind of streamline that, but there's some confusion that our social service program director is having, that she's gonna reach out to BIA to kind of set up a meeting, because she's working with homes, the different funeral homes, so they can get down to how that would work better for the families and a better understanding of the And then the second thing is, is the office open to the public? That's.
Okay, so to your first point, or your first question, the funeral homes. Due to COVID, when I first came on, I actually called each of the different funeral homes, and I indicated that we needed to go through our process first, and then whatever funding we had, we would, and if they qualified according to the FAR, that we would either deny or approve and get the funding in. And I did reach out to the director, and Wilda, as far as us having that conversation with the funeral home directors, that we have this in place, and that any application that comes through, whether it's approved, denied, and processed, it would be, that funeral home would be on email, including myself, and it would be sent to her, so that we're all in the loop, because what was occurring, it was just, there was no communication at all. And so what I requested from each of the funeral homes, including myself, Jana, Wilda, and them, that it was either approved, and then there's some admin books, but that process was moving forward. So now it's been a lot better, and if something happens, or say, like we recently had, end of fiscal year last year, we had a discrepancy where we couldn't pay the full amount, because we just had, what was left over in our account, that I called and talked to Ms. Holmes in Valentine and said, this is all we have. This is, this is the last, that we're going to be able to do for this burial, and will you accept it? And she did. And so that was processed. And so I have that communication directly with the funeral, including Jana. So if there's anything that comes up, we are usually aware right up front from the funeral home director of what is going on, especially with payments. And we've been processing those payments right away once we've been getting them. So if there's anything else that we need to do on our end to improve it, let me know. But I know that right now everybody's in the loop with the emails and approvals.
Okay. Because we didn't get into too much detail about it. We just kind of met informally. We didn't get quorum on Monday, but it sounds like there might be some things coming up for on Wilda's end.
Okay.
So that's why she.
Like a new application or something?
Well, not changing any of the application or the process, but just so she can better inform the people that are reaching out to her, because it seems like the public is the ones that are confused as to, all right, what is BIA doing? Well, what do you guys do? And then there is a breakdown in communication between our type of program and homes funeral home. So that's why she was going to reach out. We had her told her to reach out to the BIA person. So
yeah, we like I said, we're trying to update that communication. We do have, Homes does have our application, so that when a family does come, they're given the application right then and there, and that they're given Donna's name or the bureau's name as far as submitting that paperwork. We've been giving, all of them have a copy of our process, but if we need to update that more. And I did provide the two phone numbers, if it's telework or Blizzard or something like that, there's those two contact information with regards to getting a cell phone. Jana has one, and the other is Elizabeth. Boys. So, and I have all the funeral homes in my phone. So if they have anything, I told them to call me directly if there's any issues. So, especially with payment.
Yeah.
And usually those are done right away. May, and then to your next question, May 1st is when we will be opening. One thing that we've been looking at is ensuring that we do have PPE in place. The other is, we've had a few instances, and I wanted to just make sure that we have, training on security. Just because we're right in between the two schools. So if they have a lockdown or a lock-in, it affects us. And we have to do the same. So we've been coordinating too to make sure that if something happens at the high school, junior high, or elementary, that we're all in the same, even the Head Start that's right there, that we're all aware, including the dorm, of how to react. So we're working on that as well. So there's just a lot of different pieces just regarding, there's been all those shootings and stuff like that, especially at K through 12. So we will be open.
Okay, that's me first.
Yeah, first.
Thank you.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. So I guess I just want to address a problem that the tribe has been having for years, decades. And it's a huge problem, and just sitting back, last year I went through the process. We negotiated contracts, no base funding ever changed. So the only way that I can see that the tribe could really get to self-determination is if we start working on a plan where, well, first of all, we as a council need to know when the allocation comes, how much of that BIA funding is retained in DC, how much of that is detained in the regional office, how much of that trickles down to you guys, and then from there, what scraps does the tribe get? There's this huge discrepancy, and the council, we all need to start thinking about this, because the Self-Determination Act is there for a reason, but it has not worked because we've tried everything. We've tried putting our own people in those positions. Well, if you're working for, I'll just use Realty for example, and I'm a council person, you're one of my community members, well, we want a 638 Realty. No, I'm gonna lose my pension, I'm gonna lose my retirement, I'm this close to retiring, can you guys wait? So the tribe isn't able to offer those same things, those same amenities, those same fringe benefits, because once we 638 contract, the base funding is there. Since 1992, our police department has been at $3 million and look at the size of our land base and compare it to like Maryland or, New Hampshire, compare it to these tiny little states and how much police officers they have. So, and that's just one example, that's just our police officers in that one area. So now that department also has to battle with the fact that they can't compete with BIA wages. They can't compete with BIA retirement. So nobody wants us to 638. Nobody wants self-determination because there's no incentive for it. And then it looks like, oh, the tribe can't run things. The tribe runs things down because when we take over a 638 contract, the funding supplements stop. We just get the one lump sum and it never grows. So it makes us as a tribe look like we can't run things, but that isn't true. Now, if we had the funding to support the GS pay scale, if we had the funding to support inflation and growth, then that would make this huge change. And we probably would have taken over most of the contracts already. Because when I look at a lot of our contracts and the BI, our people are already running these programs. I mean, Barb has been over there for years, Kathy. And when we look at all the other programs, it's not that we can't do it and we're not capable of it. It's when we do it, our baseline funding never increases. And we go and we ask for money at DC, and then it comes, but it's getting blocked someplace along the line. So this council really needs some clear information on where the funding is going and where it's stopping, so we can better fund our programs, and so we know what questions to ask when we go talk to the senators in DC. Also, I would really like to see us sit down. I know we do these reports and it's really good, but I would like to see us sit down and start a plan for self-determination.
Okay.
Like, let's pick some specific offices, and if that means that the tribe needs to adopt a wage scale, then let's do that. If that means the tribe needs to start a pension, then let's do that. All the things that we need to do to be successful that will benefit our employees. Because the only way I see the tribe being completely successful is, and no offense, is with the BIA to do what it was supposed to and downsize. And that's never gonna happen if your benefits are better than ours. It's never gonna happen if the tribe doesn't get the support it needs to be successful. So there's always this, the tribe gets a black eye all the time, but we can't do that with this high level of expectation and low level of support. Needs to be equal. So we really need your help as our technical assistants, experts, to develop a plan for self-determination and inform us on what would be best beneficial and give us some opportunity or some options that we could select as far as wage scale, pension, and whatever else it is we need to match those fringe benefits. Thank you.
Thank you for that. That's a very, that's a very good point. I did, when I worked for Hopi Tribe, their LES, their law enforcement services, was under the Bureau. We did 638, and those were the same questions that we posed the Bureau, was salary within the county to make sure that we could be as high as them so that we could get the workforce in to bring them in. Pension was a big thing. However, we did reach out to the county, which was the Hopi Tribe in 2 counties. We worked with them and also with the state, because the tribes in southern Arizona are 638, but they follow the state pension. So it just depends on what the tribe wants to do. However, we did have the issue of looking across the county and seeing what the city of Holbrook, city of Flag, because they're local, how that affected hiring our own people in those key positions for law enforcement across the board. And I think that, you can do it. You can totally move and do 638 for your law enforcement, for all the different programs. It's just a matter of how you look at it. And the other aspect, yes, lobbying your, the different Indian Affairs committees, looking at, having this consultation. You gotta be right up front with consultation for these different funding sources, but also knowing that you have Mr. Ledoux, who's your SRD, who has his staff specifically just looking out there for these grant funding. That's key as well. You're supplementing and looking at both funds at the same time. That's what we did with Hopi, and so now they're directly under the tribe. However, this goes back to the first initial point that I was making, is that your audits all have to be online. Because right now, you have almost, well, the second one's due in June.
The tribe has never had this issue before. COVID really caused a big hindrance on one of our chartered entities. It's not the tribe, it's one of our chartered entities that's holding us up. One entity out of all the other charters that we have. So I just want to make that clear. And then the other thing is, the problem that this also poses is because of the fact that we don't have funding to match all these fringe benefits, we have, and I hope I don't hurt anybody's feelings, I'll just say this, my mom is one of them. We have all these people who have been working with the tribe for all these years that should be able to retire now, that are sick, but they can't afford to. Because what does the BIA get right now? 75% of their wage at retirement for the rest of their life, right? Okay, our people have a 401k, and that's a joke of a retirement plan. Like, Ray, we need to change that in personnel committee. But you guys, you have an awesome retirement plan. Especially if you get up to like a GS 15 or even a 11, 75% of that wage for the rest of your life, and you could retire after how many years?
25.
Yeah.
Well, like fire is different.
Yeah.
Fire mandatory retirement is 20 years in your primary position. Secondary is at 57.
Yeah, so
But
see, that's,
again, sorry to interrupt. We have another program that we participate with is TSP that we can also contribute, try to make up some of that other 25%.
Savings.
and see, those are things our tribe needs. We need to know about those, we need to adopt them, because some of these people that need to, or should be able to retire, they could, be home with their families, they can't afford to retire. And they're working, and then it's not helpful as far as creating like a recession plan or a plan for a new person to be prepped for that position. Succession plan, thank you, that's the word I was looking for. So those are just things, and with the cost of living increases, some of those positions have, a majority of them, the 638 funding is going to fund just a few people because of that. So, we really need support there so that the tribe can be successful. So it's causing all sorts of issues, and we really need to solve it. And otherwise, we're going to be here asking the same questions, the same problems. I don't like doing that. When you guys come here, it's an opportunity for us to communicate and make change. And that you're going around people, that's amazing. That's good, because it makes me feel like you're more on our side. And as much as you can be, as much as the red tape allows. So I would like to see us start developing a plan for that.
Okay, yeah. And one thing too is a lot of tribes, depending on what their revenue base is, some of them match whatever, like that thrift savings. So that's one of them where we put in money, but the tribe matches the same amount that you spend. So it depends on how your investments are, whatever savings you have. I know that's one thing we looked at with practice, that we looked at making sure that if police officers were to come in, because it's a high hazard job as well, that if something were to occur and there was a loss of life or major injury, serious injury to that individual, that their pension was in place, but also there was something like for the family, especially if they had 18 years ago. So it's a lot of moving pieces, a lot of things to consider, but if you want to look in that direction and have that discussion, I've had that.
We had this discussion when you came over to visit. When I worked at the Blackfeet Agency, the tribe contracted the program, and they adopted, like I said, they adopted the GS pay scale for those employees. And, that's one avenue you could kind of take.
It would be good because there's no incentive. Like I keep bringing up my mother, she probably would say, shut up about me, but she was there when the tribe took over in 1994. And if she would have stayed with the Bureau, where would she be right now? But she chose to make a sacrifice and work for her people and stay here, and she makes nowhere near as much as she should. How many other employees do we have that has happened to? So there needs to be an incentive for our people to want to serve for the tribe in that capacity as a tribal employee. And one thing about the supplements, that's fine and dandy, but when we request base increases, we want to see them because we can go out and supplement, but I have seen this. Our MMIW numbers went up. Our crime rate went up. We've turned in our statistics. Well, the BIA got an officer and they utilized that funding in Rapid City to place an MMIW officer. So we go ask for funding, it's going to the BIA, but it's not directly affecting us. And then they're creating these high-paid positions in areas and making them these regional positions, and that's not helping us here. It's not helping us in St. Francis or Rosebud or Antelope, where a lot of trafficking is happening here. We really need, what we ask for, we need that base funding increase, and if they're not going to give it, then the BIA probably needs to just close down and give us all that BIA money so we can operate as a tribe without BIA. That's really something that we need to think about doing. But sorry to get off my.
And that's the self-governance process. We've got one.
I volunteer, so.
Just kidding. He's going like this.
That was
Like those 3 minutes,
self-governance
right?
that was Yvonne brought.
Now, we,
Oh, yeah, one short one.
Yeah, we have one agency within Great Plains that, we actually sent them all our data and they utilized that to move, yeah, to self-governance.
And that's,
And
Fort Cotton.
Yeah, Fort Cotton. So they just recently did that, moved in that direction.
we have Russell raising his hand over there. We need to move along here. We've been on the bureau for about an hour and a half now,
So,
Russell.
Yeah, thank you. I do remember my other 2 points. One was, we did get a report from the Bureau that TDOT school was gonna be renovated and bring it up to standard. Now, the other thing is the tanks that were there. We need EPA to come and clear those. That's your responsibility. You guys should get on the ball. And at some point in the future, you know, we want it returned back to the tribe. That's our intent. And we've been sitting on this for 4 or 5 years too. So you guys have a lot of work to do. So you guys can quit traveling all over the country and stay put and take care of us, then we won't be complaining. The other issue was, again, we asked for you to help us with a PESLA. I don't know if you sent a letter to them yet over, I don't know what you call it, IEP, or there's an acronym for it.
You're talking about some type of technical assistance or?
Yeah, for Dean, yeah.
Okay, that was
And we need-
earlier, Russell.
And we need some kind of response back. I know they're gonna take a stance, they said they're short up on personnel there at the local bureau and they have all these excuses. But, we need some kind of response back again. And hopefully you guys can do that. I know you're gonna set it up down the chain of command, but,
Well, we haven't received a request yet, right?
yeah, no, we haven't. However, this was brought up before, back in the fall, beginning of
You want
the
to go off
year.
air for this or
pardon me?
do we need any air if we're gonna
Yeah, possibly, yes. I would like that.
go off air?
Yes.
Calvin, can we go off air for a few minutes, please? Thank you.
We got back on again?
Yeah. I don't know if he's still in there.
With regards to HEDOG, Mark Herman and Tiffany Ewing are working on that. And yes, we do know that it's going to be returned back to the tribe as far as the building because it's historic. Historic.
We're still.
Should talk about, that's fine. The historic nature of the area and the building itself, so, that's gonna move forward.
Well, the other issue too was the gas pumps.
Yes.
And that needs to be cleared. And it is in a floodplain. And so you guys need to determine how you're gonna protect that building. That's your responsibility. And so we kinda wanna finish final product from you at some point here in the near future, not 2, 3, 4 years down the road.
Any, after that, I think they're monthly, aren't they?
Monthly.
Yeah, monthly, so if you wanna reflect that, or you just wanna come back and make a motion every
I was gonna
time?
ask if we can do that and add it to be monthly. I didn't know if we could.
Add on to that.
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
And then,
There's one at Bishop
Is there a FEMA meeting, Russell?
in June. Oh, in June.
and then to add on to that, travel to Washington.
Donna,
April 24th through the 27th
That's
for the
Coalition
coalition.
of
Oh,
Tribes.
that's right, yeah. Could you please add that?
Hey, Donna, I'm gonna have someone here.
Donna, what was yours? You're going to Hawaii?
yes.
That was approved, I think, already.
No, can I do a testimony in Pier, on Monday, the 17th? Am I allowed to do a testimony?
Is that for education?
For the social studies standards.
Yeah, that's up to you. You're the
Yeah,
chair of
that's-
education, so that would be.
Yeah, that's fine.
that would
I'd
be
like-
good.
I need travel for that too, please, if you can amend it.
Okay,
I'll amend it.
okay, does everybody understand the
So
motion?
there's the health compact meetings, and that'll be monthly for the next few months. There's also the transportation meeting and the DC Colt meetings. Colt and Donna to appear to testify.
Okay, need a second.
By Norman.
Norman, question by Garrett. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Online, Eileen? Yes. Donna?
Yes,
13,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
2.
Motion carries.
And I also want to make a motion to dissolve the area office in Aberdeen, BI area office, and then split the funds up evenly amongst the South Dakota tribes. And we'll just cut the middleman out, and then our local superintendents and deputy superintendents can make the decisions along with the tribe's benefit.
Motion on the floor. Second by,
I'll second, I have a question.
second by Micah.
Could you amend that to say, the funding based on like each tribe's enrollment numbers, or based on the size of it?
That, yeah, I would amend that.
That's a motion. You wanna get with Nicole and give her the,
Yeah,
okay, she couldn't keep up with
you
you.
got the gist of it.
I know, just like.
Her shorthand
I'll text
is
it.
very long today.
Second by Micah.
Second by Micah, any questions? Tennille? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Online, Eileen? Yes. Donna?
yes,
14,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
1.
Motion carried. Okay, we have a guest here. His name is Greg Maud. He's from the Partners in Performance. He's down here with the team. He's going to be down here for the next, how many weeks?
Next 10 weeks.
Next 10 weeks, and he's doing some planning for economic development. I think he had visited the Economic Development Committee already. They talked about what they're here for, but I'd like to bring him on and he can kind of explain what he's doing here. I think it's a benefit to the tribe, so let's
I don't know, he's
What?
smell it.
what Greg.
Super, thank you, and thank you very much for having me. I did have a couple of slides that I was hoping to just share with you guys, but I know the technology doesn't seem to be working in my favor today, and it's getting close to lunchtime. So
It is lunchtime.
So we'll just push ahead fairly quickly on that. Thank you very much for the introduction. My name is Greg Maud. I'm with the consulting group Partners in Performance. We're an international management consulting group focused on operations and strategy consulting. The firm originated out of Australia, but we now have offices, locations across the world. Around 600 or so consultants working globally, and 100 or so in North America. Now, most of the work that we do is focused in industry. We tend to work a lot with some of the heavier industries, mining, oil and gas, chemical producers, and doing increasing amount of energy transformation work, so looking at renewable energy. Really, our focus is to work with our clients to help unleash potential and have a lasting impact in the businesses or communities that we work. So the majority of our work is really commercial. The work that we have started with the tribe is a little bit different. It is pro bono work. This is not work that we're being paid for. Why would we do that? Well, part of our corporate values are to make sure that we're giving back to the environment that we work in. Excuse me. And feel that there's a huge sort of potential in underserved communities to be able to learn some of the work that we do in some of the processes. So rather than just sort of donating funds as a way of giving back, it's more the ability to give. Thank you so much. That's great. I should have done that. More opportunity to bring some of the process and expertise that we would normally work with paying clients for to other communities. And so we had an introduction through a former colleague of Clay Cologne, of Redco, and that's I think how the connection was made. And we're 2 weeks into a 12-week engagement, and the focus of that engagement is really around economic development and working very closely with Clay and the Redco team, but also very much the broader community to look at the Redco or Sichangako, I'm not sure.
Sichangako.
I know Sichangako formally, but I think a lot of people still seem to be familiar with Redco. And working very closely with the team to step back and look at the range of opportunities available from an economic development point of view. But economic development really premised and based on trying to tackle some of the underlying social challenges that I know the community faces in terms of poverty levels, unemployment, housing, a wide range of social issues. But the premise that a lot of those are quite closely correlated with economic development. And so our approach is really focused on trying to work with our clients to deliver impact. It's not about reports. The last thing we want to do at the end of our work is to leave you guys with a sort of shiny presentation that sits on a bookshelf and gets dusty. We're all about working very closely with our clients as we work through an engagement to make sure, again, that there's skills transfer, that people are fully aligned with the outcome of that work. And we tend to try and move fairly quickly. I think there's often, especially in the consulting space, a tendency to overanalyze things. We try to take the 80-20 sort of principle. You can get 80% of the results for 20% of the effort, and tend to only sort of work as much around data analysis to make sure that we're comfortable in the decisions that we make, but tend to try and move through those quite quickly. The work itself is 12 weeks, loosely broken into 2 6-week phases. We're about 2 weeks into, we're into the 3rd week now, so 2 weeks into the first phase. Those phases are really phase 1 around trying to understand almost the baseline for us to get educated, understand the community challenges, the economic baseline. Energy is something that is being flagged as an area that we should definitely have a look at. And so it's building that understanding, also getting a good understanding of some of the challenges or constraints that the tribe may face when we're looking at development opportunities. That could be anything from funding to, as an example, the need to establish a tribal utility in order to be able to have more meaningful conversations around power distribution with Cherry Todd. Those types of constraints. Weighed up with also competitive advantages. What are some of the assets that the tribe has access to, both from a physical point of view, so land, very high potential around land development as an example, but also some of the less tangible things, like, for example, being able to tap into preferential procurement programs through the Buy-in Act, as an example, where the tribe may be able to have access that other non-tribal entities may not have that same position. Working towards pulling that into a view of kind of the opportunities that currently are available, and working very closely with the broader community to say, any company, any group has limited resources, and if we've got this universe of opportunities out there, how do we most effectively direct the resources that we've got so that we can really have success in a smaller number of areas, rather than trying to juggle too many balls and not perhaps being able to move forward. So the end of the first phase, we're really hoping to have worked with the council, with Security Pro, to have a clear vision. Details still to be fleshed out, but a detail of what is that vision that we'd like to aspire towards from an economic development point of view, and some ideas of how we could get there. So it's not a baseless vision, but still details to be fleshed out. Second phase is really around taking that and filling in those gaps and saying, well, if this is where we want to get to, how do we do that? So from an economic point of view, it's filling in those gaps. It's working out if there are industries that we would like to focus on. Do we have the skills internally to be able to effectively work into that space? Do we need to partner with others to be able to do that? Energy is an area that energy sovereignty, the importance of energy sovereignty, is something that's been raised, and that's something we'd certainly be looking at as part of that second phase. And so at the end of the 12 weeks, really what we get to is a strategic economic development roadmap that has some very tangible short-term actions, which may be looking at the opportunities that are currently available and how perhaps best to tackle those, but also hopefully a long-term view to say that long beyond when our work with the trials ended, what are some of the approaches, frameworks, strategies?
Great, we have a question. I don't want to interrupt you, but go ahead, Russell.
Yeah, I guess just listening to you, it sounds like you're doing a lot of work. But we do have a economic arm of a Rosebud Sioux tribe, and they should be able to tell you what the vision is and what the intent is. They should be able to give you that information. And you know, I really I know it sounds just like you're doing assessment, needs, that kind of stuff, you know, and that's probably forthcoming. And I would like to see the end result of your research. You know, I really, I'm one of the probably very few here that I don't have any kind of confidence in our entity that's supposed to be doing all this stuff. So, but just listening to you, those are the people you should be sitting down and talking with, along with the Economic Development Committee.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. I did have in a way, I'm very glad to be speaking to you guys today, but it is a little later than I ideally would have loved to. We did have the opportunity, I suppose the week before last, to do an introduction to the Economic Development Committee and kick off the project. There just wasn't the chance before now to speak to the broader council. We certainly have been in touch with Michael Lapointe as the economic specialist. He's been very helpful in sharing information that has been developed in the past, and he's certainly somebody that we're going to be working very closely with over the next little while, building on a lot of the ideas that he's had. Certainly, at first pass, I think a lot of what he has there is fantastic, and I think maybe where we can come in is to help create a bit more granular sort of insight around how do we take it from concept to something which is kind of more tangible, more deliverable. But thank you, yeah, we certainly, is Michael who you had in mind, Michael Point?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Wayne.
So I also wanted to add to this. So Sichangu Co. has made this relationship happen, and we brought in this individuals who are a company that does strategic planning for companies or tribes or anything that wants to do with energy development. The reason Greg is here today is to touch base with all of you, and we're all leaders in the tribe. We're elected leaders of the tribe. And so not just Economic Development Committee and not just Sichangu Co, Redco, is going to be the ones to just say, hey, this is how it is, and then develop this plan. They want to touch base with any of you or anyone you may know to email those contacts to Greg so that that company can put together a strategic plan of what is in our interests here. Is it that we want to do, another individual has just been talking about it, is it about heat exchange so you can do in White River, what do you call it? Geothermal development. Is it we want to get into electrical development like natural gas? Is it that we want to get into green developments, more solar, more wind? Are we talking about going on a large scale of doing the wind farms? And then also, how do we do interconnects? How do we develop ResCo to make sure that we are a supplier and licensed so that we can do these types of things? Is it maybe we want to do small developments where we take a community strictly off the grid and we figure out how to fund that? Is it loans, grants? That's where these individuals can point us in that, steer us in the right direction. I myself have started to put Greg in touch with board members of Cherry Todd, the CEO of Cherry Todd. Some of the other individuals in this room have touched base already. Treaty Council, they brought together some grants lately on how they want to do energy developments. And other tribes, how can we focus together? So now we're here today with Greg to at least make the first connection with all of you to know that in the next coming weeks, please contact him with any ideas, no matter how far-fetched they are, because we need to start putting these together strategically and try to make something happen. Because otherwise, you do small grants and they're not benefiting the people. We do some wind developments and they're not benefiting the people to the full extent. We do solar arrays and they're not benefiting the people to the full extent. So if you give him ideas of what we want, even if you're not elected here, you know, later on or whatever, at least someone has put them down and formed them, so you're not sitting here 10 years later going, hey, I remember Wayne said something, or Vanessa had an idea. Well, this strategic plan will be right there, so others can pick up on it in the future. Or maybe we act on it. Depends on what you want to do.
Thank you, Wayne.
In a nutshell.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Greg.
Wonderful, thank you very much, yeah, that's great.
Any other questions for Greg? Wanna welcome to the, go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, good afternoon, Council and Administration. Thank you for coming, Greg. As far as funding goes, where would all the funding come from? What is the plan for funding?
The plan for funding, so funding, when we look at economic development, funding is typically tied to the projects. So take a wind project, for example. The vision around that is that it's a project that not just serves the community, but potentially is of a scale. And again, we're in week 2, so this is very theoretical. That is something that is competitive on a regional scale and can not just serve the community, but for example, supply energy into the network. Now, I know a lot of work has been done around that. I understand, we're building our understanding of some of those challenges that I know that they are substantial.
Okay, I understand that portion of it, but the actual funding itself, are we going to be going after possible grants? Because I know there's a lot of funding available through the federal government for like green energy type projects. And is that what we're talking about here?
It just depends on what we tell him to kind of go after.
Yeah.
But he's gotta put a little synapse together first.
Yeah. Well, as far as ideas go, I always envisioned a large scale solar panel operation, large scale, and I'm sure some of this I've probably seen what a large scale solar panel company would be like. And it takes up acres and acres and acres of land, which we do have available. So something like that. And the green energy, I think the country is pretty much headed towards, in that direction of green energy, providing funding for it. As a matter of fact, I think there's already a lot of funding for it to pursue those types of projects if we choose to go after it. So thank you for coming, and I think it's long overdue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And certainly I think it's a little bit too early to say specifically around what the funding would be, because that would be, I think, on a case-by-case basis. But where there is funding, such as grant money available for green energy projects, absolutely, of course, it makes sense to kind of tap into that and potentially sort of beyond that as kind of required. But where there is funding like that available, it absolutely makes sense to do that. And it perhaps kind of leads into sort of a sort of request from my side. Fantastic to have a chance to at least introduce the work that we're doing. We will, next week, Wednesday, we'll be holding a session. Hopefully each of you would have received an email just a little while ago, idea generation session, IGS. If you're able to join it, that would be fantastic. It's quite a long session, it'll be probably most of the day, so I understand that could be challenging. But it's not just a kind of a brainstorming, everybody sit around and throw out ideas. Based on the work that we will have done by then over the 3 weeks or so, we'll have some hypotheses or ideas to try and really keep the conversation fairly focused on what are some of the roadblocks or challenges that we face at the moment. And the session will be really trying to draw insights out from people around how do we tackle those specific opportunities, and then around prioritize them again so that we're putting our efforts in the most effective space. So hopefully you'll have seen an invite or an email around that. I know that did include, I think, a scan of sort of my business card and the card of a colleague, so our contact details are there. If you have any questions, would like to set up a chat separately, it's been fantastic. I think I've had at least 20 conversations sort of one-on-one over the last couple of weeks, and I know there are a lot more that I'd love to have, but time is always a bit of a challenge. So please, if you can join that session next Wednesday, that'd be fantastic. If you'd like to reach out and set up a sort of an individual conversation, we'd really value that as well.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to mostly respond to and let the council know that the funding source isn't that I'm talking about, doesn't necessarily like in connection with him and the work he's doing. So his projects and possible projects is what you're searching for. But the Economic Development Committee is looking into several grants that are coming out, and they're in all areas. So your idea and the dream of wanting that large solar panel, there's grants coming out for that. There's a $4 million geothermal project grant that the Economic Development Committee is going to be bringing forward for this council to consider. And there's two other, so a solar one and another.
Why you guys keep trying?
Well, you know, the studies can come up and show geothermal is not just the drilling, but point of order, Dara. Yeah.
Let's leave your comments unless you have the floor. Don't be blurting things out, so.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So we have these potential projects that are coming forth, and we're hoping that they will bring alternative energy as well as like Councilman was talking about with the wind energy and ResCo coming up. So we've shared that information with our consultant here as far as ResCo and some of the changes that need to be made for us to make that an official utility company. So I'm hoping in the next month we will be bringing that here to this council, this body to present. Thank you.
Okay, Russell.
I'm getting hungry now, but
Okay,
just in response to, Wayne here, you know, some of us may not be here, you know, this coming year, but that doesn't stop us from having a voice as tribal members. So I want to remind him of that, comment he made. Thank you.
we want to thank you for coming. Hope you stay here on the reservation. It was a good one. Hope you have a productive meeting come Wednesday, and hopefully we all can show up. Okay? All right, thank you, Greg. Thank you for coming.
Thanks, Greg. Great. Oh, so now Sioux Council. I forgot to add in
Hello.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks. Okay.
Let's wait for lunch. We have Russell, can you say a prayer for us, please? Real prayer?
Okay. Let me call you back. Oya tukashila nakantushni wota kuya manchata yampi kompetu kile oniksi apelo. Ewoite ayuwi apino woite glene.
issue with the activity up at the daycare and the project getting finished. I have Clay Clome and Gail and Galen both was here to talk about how they're going to resolve that issue with the overage on the cost of the project. So, are you comfortable talking about it, or what, Russell?
Why is the program trying to resolve it when it's
That's why they're both here. I guess they had a meeting and they came up with some ideas, so they're both trying to work together to resolve it. So that's why they're both down here. And then I think they needed some action taken on the second project as far as the funding that's for the second project. Galen, is Gail coming?
Yeah, she's coming. She just said she's.
Clay, you feel comfortable about coming up here without Gail, or do you want Gail to go first?
Wait for Gail.
Yeah.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about broadband while she's making her way in here. We had a meeting down at Broadband Summit down in Phoenix again, and we just happened to get on a Thursday and Friday of that week. We had a Broadband Summit was just for tribes that got the grants, that received the grants for the broadband infrastructure grants. And what happened was we basically told us all the rules of having the grant and basically how we're supposed to spend it and not get in trouble for it. We did have all the players, all our contractors that are part of the broadband planning. We had TLW there, we had I-9 there. I-9 is the one that's going to do the equipment. TLW is the one that's going to construct the towers. Then we have Lumen, or CenturyLink, that's going to lay the fiber down for us. So we decided that we need to take a different path as far as the design. They're going to all be down here next month to give a full report to council on how far they are and the status report. We're talking about maybe having mid-June or maybe the third week in June to do a groundbreaking. So right now we're working on the environmental impact statements as far as the route that they're taking and the rights of ways that they need to run the line. So that's just a short update on the broadband stuff. And it was 61 degrees down here when you guys were back down here with 30-degree weather. So it was a good trip. I didn't enjoy it, but I had to go. Gail, are you ready?
Yeah.
Come on up.
We're on the air.
Gail, do we need to go off the air?
I would, if you're gonna talk about those companies, those subcontractors.
Cal, we need to go off. Yeah. I told council that you're here to talk about the resolution as far as the overage on the project.
But, I told them maybe we could consider utilizing the COVID trailers to temporarily house people in there while they're getting their, homes renovated. So I just wanna put that out there so you can think about that as a possible solution for one of the issues. Uh-oh, Russ is smiling at me. I don't know if it's a good one or a bad one. But, that was one of the issues that they're having. So the other thing is, the possible problem is, if we move somebody into one of the COVID trailers and something happens to that trailer and it needs to be repaired, then who does that fall on? So there's just a lot of liability issues.
We did talk a little bit about the ARPA money with no restrictions on it. If we were allowed to use the COVID trailers to house people while their houses get renovated, can they actually pay a rent for that out of the ARPA funds? And so we're looking into that, if it's allowable. I think it is, but we have to talk to Gary about a little bit more about that. I kind of mentioned it to him. He said that it was probably could happen. So if we had a chat, like we have one in Grass Mountain right now that requested to move in the Grass Mountain trailer down there, but we run into the problem that some of the family members are handicapped. So, but if they were to move in there while their house is renovated, would ARPA funds be able to kick in to maybe to rent those funds from the community or whatever, rent that trailer from the community as long as their house is being renovated. So. On how many days it would take, but 5 or 10, 2 weeks maybe.
Our ARPA trailer is currently being used because of ARPA renovating their house, and they've been there for like 5 months now, so I don't know about your 10 days, bro, but and their electricity got shut off yesterday, and so they had to, their other home, they got the credit from LEAP on it, and so Cherry Todd was willing to do it one time, so they turned their COVID trailers electricity back on because it got shut off yesterday. So,
Well, that's an issue to
it was a very good one. Yeah. So,
you should allow for that, right?
I just wanted you guys to make aware of that. We're making an attempt to help them spend that money because they need the help. These people need their houses renovated. Let's help them do that. They can't continue to carry that money over year after year without fixing somebody's house. So, Eileen.
I just wanted to give everyone an FYI on this board meeting they had the other day, or was it yesterday or the day before, whatever day that was. They made a motion to keep that HIT money, so that's kind of floating there.
Who made a motion?
I think it was Kathy Hyde Pike.
Oh, well, it's still up to the council if we want to do that, and it's, we can probably get a motion out of council to help them. And Gary had no problem with it yesterday when I talked to him about it, so he didn't say anything about having, we're not trying to take over the HIT problem, we're just trying to help them get the renovations done.
So that's why I brought it up, so it can be a motion, and like you're just informing us, but it should be a motion because they did their motion. So.
I thought you were gonna make another motion.
If only if there was a raise for me.
Okay, is there any other questions on that? Now we'll move to the next thing on my report. We have the vaccinations that were, what was the deadline for get your vaccination, the booster shot? March 30th, and there was a request to extend that. We have to amend the resolution to do that. Health admin is recommending that we still have money in there for vaccinations, so she's asking that we amend our resolution to July 31st. So I'll pass that out. I'll have the Sarge pass it out. Well, sure.
How much money is left in there?
I'm not sure. She said she had enough to do till July 31st. That's what she told me. So
Is it an additional? Yeah.
it's not additional. This money that's still there. I mean, yeah, we have 13. Okay. That should be good. All right.
So on this vaccination, Extension,
All we're changing is the date.
there's a lot of, there's some people out there that was afraid of it, and I think that they seen that there was no problems with it, so they may want to get it. It's saving lives because those that got it, it actually did help them. A lot of people are getting COVID even up to this date, and they, it's not as bad as it was the first round, so it really helps. And if we could help someone to save their lives in some sense, then I think that we should allow them to get this shot, extend the date, and allow them to get the shot and allow them to get the incentive.
Okay, your motion is to reconsider and amend 2022-328.
Yes.
Eileen,
Yes.
we need a second. Damien? And the only change on there would be on the second page, where the last whereas, where it's saying that the deadline of July 31st instead of March.
So I'm gonna read this in, but where do I start since it's been read in and it's just a change?
Just read that paragraph where it says the distribution of vaccine incentives. Just read that and then what? Just for the record.
Can we take a 5-minute break?
Yeah, we do this and then take 5.
Let's do this. I was just got my pen ready, and then I have to hold it. It's just this one paragraph here. Whereas distribution of the vaccine incentives will be coordinated by the RST Health Administration Office with a deadline of July 31st, 2023. Any vaccine applications will not be processed after this deadline now. Therefore, be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council exercises the constitutional authority and formally authorizes the distribution of ARPA funds in the form of $500 vaccine incentive to any individual deemed eligible to prevent the spread of all variants of COVID-19.
Okay, is there any discussion? Not need a question. Question, Micah?
It'd be nice to know what is left in there,
Okay.
just for the reason of, I mean, if it's a large sum of money, it should go to something.
Yeah, I know. We'll find that out, okay? I think, we'll take 5 and then we'll vote on it, okay? Okay. Steve?
Yeah, the other thing, maybe you might want to confirm is, this is the vaccination after getting the vaccination of the bivalent. Because I thought the last one was the bivalent.
Yep.
This is
The
just
one we're talking
extending.
about.
Yeah.
Bivalent.
But this makes it sound like you can get another vaccination besides the bivalent.
No, it's just the bivalent.
Okay, but you better look at, take a look at,
The last booster shot, because you can't get any other ones except the bivalent.
Yeah.
But council, there's $576,250 in there still, the balance.
take a look at the second page, third whereas down.
576,000, yeah.
Oh.
Which one, Steve?
Second page, the third whereas down, read that. It kind of sounds like it's a different vaccination besides the bivalent.
It just explains that you,
That's for 5 years.
yeah,
5 years and older.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're younger, or.
Okay, so it's still, I mean, it's still for the bivalent.
Yeah. Okay, any more discussion? Did that answer your question? You're okay with that, Micah? Mount, or do you wanna move forward, or we vote on it?
we're gonna move it to.
Huh?
Question, Mike?
Wait,
I just think we could use it for something else. That's a lot of money.
We could do it end of July, if there's balance in there, we can use it for something.
There won't be too much.
it's only a month and a half and no one's keeping it.
Yeah, like Ray said, let's
I'll
do a
question.
swimming pool.
Motion by Ray.
Get a couple of
Then we can all go to the swimming pool and get cold.
Okay,
Then we didn't hear that. I'll call for the question.
Question by
I think I
Wayne.
answered it.
question by Wayne. All in favor?
One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8,
Online. Donna,
Yes.
9,
opposed?
1, 2, 3,
Not voting.
1.
Motion carried. Okay, we can take 10.
Does anyone have a quarter? I do. Okay, Nancy.
how they're gonna qualify them or how they're gonna qualify for one of the houses.
Pictures up.
It was on RST Live. You know, and then all of a sudden you have all these young people up there. Yeah, they're all up there.
Oh, you're on.
Remember Tekro? Or Troy's on Tekro. So he took a picture and he said, Rosebud's moving ahead with houses.
Those first 5, aren't they going over to?
Yeah, they're going over there.
SFIS.
And then the next 5 would be going to law enforcement, but they're gonna start moving pretty fast with them, so I don't know if you want, I think Cher had a kind of a plan. You guys might wanna adopt her plan as far as, you know, I think they should go to somebody that wants to go through some classes on how to take care of them and how to pay for their rent, utilities, and plan, and actually take care of the houses. that landed to trust up there. And they said that they need to do as quick as they can. It probably takes 6 to 9 months to put it in trust, unless we can get somebody just to keep on it. So I got a resolution that they sent over here. I'll have the sergeant pass it out so we can't do anything with it unless we have it in trust. So we need to start that process. Vanessa is the main person at TLE, so I'll have her read it.
You are Scott, you're the chairman.
I'm not.
You're the boss.
See, they're justifying the increased cost based on construction, cost being higher. Storage, so why should that justify that? And we don't have it themselves. See, they're obligated to themselves to pay certain, that's their obligation, it's not ours. No, they only, before there was all the grant, so it has to be spent. Now we're getting into tribal funds, and that's where, we should have had some of these consultants to work with the GAO on this structural management stuff. Is that, she's got a program to run, and really that requires.
Wait, you want to wrap it?
Someone to personally look at it.
I know me and Mike.
It's a multi-million.
Yeah, right? We're just gonna get a count for tomorrow.
See, was travel done? Is it?
So what are we gonna do with this? Just get
No, we can't do that. I can't do it eventually. We can't do that.
or need to make a plan for it. On the committee, right? Well, maybe in the next committee meeting, we can
Okay, Vanessa,
discuss it further.
number is 2023-106. Bring on as emergency legislation.
Does she start at 8?
Where she wants to start at. Need a second. Ray, question by Eileen. All in favor of bringing on as emergency, numbers 106.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Online.
Online?
Yes.
10.
Order.
Wayne and Russell.
I'm trying to see if we have a quorum in the room.
We have 10. We got 11, 12. Andrew's travel and Russell and us.
Well, they're not in the room, so we don't have a quorum.
Wait, should we get that?
That report is just.
One more.
Should ask me.
Okay, 11, one on, bringing on emergency legislation. Donna, online, bringing on emergency legislation.
Yes.
11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting, huh?
1.
Motion for approval? Motion approved?
Yeah, motion to approve.
Second by Ray, go ahead, Vanessa.
I'll start at the 8th whereas. Rosebud Sioux Tribe through TLE's land acquisition program has purchased fee land in the name of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, which fee land is generally referred to as stadium sport, which is more particularly described below, and whereas the acquisition of this land in trust status is necessary to and will advance tribal economic development and its ability to be self-sufficient, assist tribal self-governance and self-determination, and restore the ancestral tribal land base by replacing tribal lands lost through the allotment process. And whereas the acquisition of this land in trust status is necessary to and will ensure use of the land of the future generations of an expanding tribal membership. And whereas the acquisition of this land in trust status is necessary to and will reestablish tribal sovereign authority over territory previously held by the tribe in damage to tribal self-determination and self-governance resulting from diminishment of tribal land base. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe intends to consolidate fee land and existing tribal trust land into usable parcels, and the use of this land will be for other non-gaming economic development purposes. And whereas the consolidation of fee lands described here will supplement the existing tribal estates in the vicinity of each property, increasing the economic viability of said land to the tribe and tribal members. Using the land for other economic development purposes, and whereas there are no encumbrances of this property and the Rosebud Tribe desires that this tract of land be put into trust status in the name of the United States of America in trust for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, and whereas Tribal Land Enterprise Board of Directors reviewed the request and recommended Tribal Council approval of this resolution. The Board of Directors meeting held April 11, 2023, and the signed the Board of Directors Resolution 2023-004 for the record, and therefore be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes the Tribal President and Tribal Vice President and Tribal Secretary of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to sign fee trust documents on behalf of the tribe, and directs the superintendent of PIA to take immediate action to take and accept the following described real estate generally referred to the stadium sports into trust in the name of the United States of America and trust of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and of the Rosebud Indian Reservation under the discretionary legal authority of Act of June 18, 1934, the Indian Reorganization Act amended to 25 U.S.C. Section 108 and applicable regulations and procedures. Lot 1 of the plat of Pioneer Tract 2 located southeast 1 or southwest 1/1 Section 33 T39N R 28 West 6 PM Cal County, South Dakota, as set out in Book 2 plat on page 121, containing 2.56 acres more or less. The subject property includes both surface and subsurface interest but be it further resolved that the superintendent, BIA, Rosebud agency shall keep the Tribal Lands Enterprise Board of Directors informed as to the progress of the fee to trust transaction.
Okay, is there any discussion on?
Just that whoever wrote that has a lot of numbers to type.
Okay, we need a question. Question by Tennille. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Online, Donna? Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried. Okay, we have another one that needs to be addressed. We have some budgets that were needed presented with our, remember the Treasury money that we had? We need to move a resolution spending some of that money. Are they ready?
Yeah.
Okay. It's called the Treasury Local Assistance and Tribal Consistency Fund. Basically, it's some money from the Treasury that we got $3 million from, and we're going to get another $3 million for next year. So we're we got some.
This one.
That one Ken is talking about.
Right, sure.
I'd like to make a motion. I know we're working on some, but before you get done with your report, I wanted to make a motion that the tribe partner with SWA so we can assist them expending the HIP funding, working with ARPA construction.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Second by Ray.
I would like to note in there that I want to go off the list that HIP currently has to honor that list.
Yeah, okay. Question by Wayne, right? Okay. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Online, Donna?
Yes.
11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Thank you.
On the next agenda, for next month, do you think we could bring on, in your report, cemeteries, and then I'll come visit with you about some of the issues that we've experienced with our cemeteries?
Okay. Good idea.
Thank you.
Okay, does everybody have the resolution that was passed out? Are you still passing them out?
Quick question, Scott.
Yes.
Is anybody planning on going to that, Health and Human Services Annual Tribal Budget consultation for next week?
Is that in DC? Is it along with the 24th to that week?
No.
I don't think anybody made a motion for travel, or I wasn't planning on doing it, so
Do you know if anybody?
I don't know if Health Administration is doing it or anybody else, so.
There's someone
As far as I know,
that,
nobody inquired about it, so.
there's someone that email that committed, but they offer either in person or virtual.
Okay. I think this month of April is gonna go by fast. There's stuff happening. Okay, this next one is, I need probably, someone from Budget Finance to present it. Eileen? Need to bring on as emergency legislation?
28, is it?
I know, okay.
Just need to be amended.
Oh, this needs to be reconsidered and amended. Motion to reconsider and amend 2023-41.
Consider and amend.
Okay, then we need a second, Steve, okay? Go ahead and, want to go ahead and read it into the record, and the budget is attached on the next page. Go ahead and, read it into the record.
I'll start at, fifth whereas.
Whereas the American Rescue Plan appropriated. I'm gonna, go to the sixth. I'll start at the sixth. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe has received the amount of $3 million from the U.S. Treasury, Local Assistance, and Tribal Consistency LATC funds, and whereas the RST Finance Department has recommended the disbursement from the LATC funds in the amounts provided in the attached partial amendment budget for the total amount of $436,366.21, and therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council adopts and approves the proposed disbursements from the LATC funds in the amounts provided in the attached partial amendment budget for the total amount of $436,366.21. And therefore, finally resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is authorized and directed to sign and execute the authorization for the disbursement of funds of any other related or supporting documents on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. This is how they're all going to be paid, or how it's going to be paid out.
So solid waste collections is putting in money for their cleanup. It's divided 3 ways. I think it's SWA, TLE, and the tribe. So times 3, that's the total cost of the cleanup. Wait.
I have a question for Shakira. Since you're in here for the primary and general election, Shakira, is that enough for, or do you have other line items that would cover the backgrounds? Because that was a big issue last week.
I have enough to cover, if the backgrounds will be covered with this here.
With what?
With what's it proposed here?
Yeah.
That's what I set aside for backgrounds.
I'm just making sure that's
Yeah.
enough.
Brenda?
Thank you.
She has her background, but that's for this election. There was a past due balance from last year's, and I asked her to present that today because it needs to be taken care of. So from backgrounds from the election from last year, there's a balance of $2,970 that needs to be paid out of unpaid bills prior.
So is that out of that 20,000?
Yeah, that'll come out of there.
Okay.
And she was gonna present that to Budget and Finance, but yeah, they didn't meet last Friday. And I don't know when they'll meet, and kind of cutting it close, so.
Right.
And we can't do the background without this get paid. We need a motion on that one.
Okay.
Is there any other discussion? Ray, go ahead.
Is this something that, like Youth Day can come out of this summer? We put a Youth Day in here?
Probably can.
Fund it?
I think it's
supposed
to be from
Is
ARPA,
this?
but
Oh, from ARPA, okay.
I don't remember how to do a 3-year budget last year.
Oh, okay, so it might be
I don't know
okay.
if it's still.
Just to let you guys know on this, I did, the president and Lisa and whoever else wants a copy, there were guidelines for this funds, and the only thing you can't use it for is lobbying. It's like a general account more or less. It just don't want no lobbying coming out of this. And all our expenditures have to be by resolution because we have to request these funds.
I want to make the council aware that there's a lot of grants that are coming out, and the point that Brenda just made, that's kind of where I was leaning towards, is a lot of those grants that are coming out are, they require a match, and we could use some of this funding for a match. So I would like to request if we could set some aside specifically for some grant matches. I know that there's the Buy America grant that's coming out. I hope our natural resources is applying for that. There's several of them that are coming out, and
Solid waste.
yeah, solid waste. There's some recycling ones. A lot of the alternative energy that's coming out that include tax credits if we go with them. So it's like a win-win. I just want the council to keep that in mind. I'd like to see some of this money not go to something that we do every year, a reoccurring expense, but to something that could actually make us money and benefit the tribe. Not that all this stuff doesn't benefit the tribe, because I know it needs to be done, but hopefully one day our revenue will count into that. But I specifically want some set aside for that. And when economic development comes up, we can identify those grants, and if any of the council has specific grants that they want to identify as well. And there's a push right now for a partners in philanthropy, but that's not it's not, a given. So all these grants that are coming out that have been released, we can apply for them and hopefully qualify for that partners in philanthropy if it comes out, but it's not a given. So one of the biggest issues we have is finding match money. I don't want to just see this go to annual expenses. Thank you.
Any more questions or discussion? Go ahead, Russell.
Do we still have grant writers?
Who does that, right?
Huh?
I never did we did.
We're supposed to.
We kind of do, I guess. Not the grants office like you're thinking about, like
Only federal grants.
Yeah, but that is maintaining the
Yeah.
existing grants. And all that office that originally started out as grant writers.
Right.
Remember we were looking for some when the pandemic first started? We couldn't find anybody.
That's kind of their role over there too. It's just that they changed titles on us
Yeah.
and
What it used to be called.
used elsewhere, remember?
Yeah. SRM, Resource Management? Yeah.
Now it's SRD.
Yeah. Okay, if there's no more questions, I'll call for the question. Ray?
Yeah.
All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Online.
Online, Donna?
Yes.
11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Okay, I have another one that's, I'm asking you guys to approve and consider. Has to do with the Department of the Interior announcing the formation of the Secretary's Tribal Advisory Committee. And I'm asking to be nominated by, and to be part of that new committee. It's for the Great Plains area, so I'll pass that out now. I think there's one. Maybe I don't even have that. Copies of them. I'm sorry, I don't even have copies of them. I'll get a. I don't have a copy of them. I guess I can't ask you to do this if you wanna.
In the meantime, can we take care of that?
Yeah.
Need a motion to pay this unpaid $2,970 to personal security consultants out of old bills, out of unpaid bills. Oh, unpaid bills, sorry.
Need a motion? Steve? Second by Ray. Question by Tennille. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Online, Donna?
Yes.
12.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Okay, well, we're waiting for that other resolution for that staff advisory committee. I got another one from solid waste. Old bills. He just went through your not a natural committee last time, or budget and finance.
That 50-some thousand?
Yeah,
Yeah, the casino.
That's the one?
That just need, she had to add in there another whereas, so they could pay the old bills.
Old bills.
We did, but we didn't have that.
She had amended to take that.
That's all it is.
What they expires?
Yeah, thank you, Brenda.
Nice to see you, Brenda.
Do you want us to Is that, that's in my
okay, this has to do with, solid waste collection, it's owing Sand Hills an outstanding past due gas bill. She's asking to have it paid out of old bills,
Yeah, just that bolded paragraph.
or be paid out of casino loss of revenue line item.
Actually, this is what's owed to her, and it's being
Oh.
paid back to her, and
She's gonna pay that off.
Yeah,
Okay, since you know all about it, go ahead and reconsider and amend.
this was the overage of her last.
Motion to reconsider and amend 2023-84. Need a second. Neil, go ahead.
I'll get a. Tenth whereas.
Do all that.
Seven counted.
Six then. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Solid Waste Collection Program requests the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approve to pay the overage for the roll-offs used during the spring cleanup in the amount of $53,812.15 to be paid out of the casino loss of revenue line item. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Solid Waste Collections Program will use the $53,812.15 to pay Sand Hills Oil outstanding past due gas bills from the 2022 spring cleanup.
the staple thing.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the payment of roll-offs used during cleanup in the amount of $53,812.15 to be paid out of the casino loss of revenue line item. Certification. Still read it.
Any discussion? Go ahead, Russell.
Yeah, Treasurer, do we have this in our account in casino loss revenue, right? 53,000.
That might be all we have, Russell.
You mean Eileen didn't blow it off?
Almost.
Oh, it's out of that 3 million.
Yeah, it was on
It's out of that, 3 million we got, not the loss of revenue.
Okay, so can we make the correction? Did we already do that?
Hold that, so.
there. Yeah, I just remember seeing it.
Yeah.
So instead of loss of revenue line item, then we'll insert,
It has to be the LATC funds, the Local Assistant and Tribal Consistency Fund, general account.
Yeah, and after this, there'll be 1.6 left in there out of the 3.
don't tell her that.
Extra money.
Anyway,
With amendments?
I'll amend it. yeah.
Okay. We'll add that account with,
Oh, man.
this is different, this is for spring cleanup. This one's
So they'll
different.
stay.
So this is,
Yeah.
I guess it's out of the lost revenue from the casino. It is.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, it is.
Zero has 75.
Okay.
Secretary's mixing everybody up here.
Sorry, I'm tired.
So it stays Wasser?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry, Russell.
All right, any more questions or discussion? Question by Steve. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Online, Donna.
Yes.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Okay, the one he's handing out was the one that was it's called the Secretary Tribal Advisory Committee. It's also called staff. And I need somebody to bring this on. No, they just need, the old papers are with it, but
I could bring it on.
Eileen, bring it on as emergency legislation, be 2023-107.
Everybody get it.
Need a second? Neil? Question by Steve. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
Online, Donna?
Yes.
11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion to approve?
Motion to approve, I'm gonna do the 6th one.
Need a second? Ray, go ahead. Go ahead, Eileen.
Whereas the Department of Interior announces the formation of the new Secretary Tribal Advisory Committee staff at the 2021 White House Tribal Nations Summit. The purpose of the committee is to advance the ongoing and future engagement between the tribal nations and the highest level of leadership at the department by engaging in regular, meaningful, and consistent government-to-government relationships with the tribal elected officials regarding intergovernmental responsibilities as administration of department programs and development of policies and initiatives. And whereas the department is requesting nomination from tribal leaders to fill the primary and or alternate staff member for the Eastern and Western region, and whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Governmental Affairs Committee recommends the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council to support the nomination of Scott O. Herman, President, Rosebud Sioux Tribe, to fill the primary and or alternate staff member for the Western region, and therefore be it resolved based upon the qualifications, experience, and dedication to the improvement of the lives of the tribal members and protection of their treaty rights, right to self-determination and tribal sovereignty of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, supports the nomination and selection of Mr. Scott O. Herman, President, Rosebud Sioux Tribe.
That's not an Irish name.
For consideration on Secretary's Tribal Advisory Committee, staff Western Region, to represent the Rosebud Sioux Tribe and all other tribal nations in the cooperative participation in the Department of Interior, and therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe President or his authorized delegate is authorized and directed to contact representatives of STAC, the National Congress of American Indians, NCAI, and the Great Plains Tribal Chairmen's Association, the Coalition of Treaty Tribes, and any other national and regional associations and groups advocating and formulating tribal and federal policies to solicit the support of Mr. Scott Overton, President, Rosebud Sioux Tribe, to selection on the Secretary Tribal Advisory Committee.
Any questions, discussion?
The edit for the vote should be large terms.
Coalition of Large Tribes, what does it say?
Treaty terms.
Well, treaty tribes,
As amended.
as amended. Okay, we need a question. Sheriff, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,
Online, Donna?
Yes.
11.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Carried. Go ahead, Sheriff.
I'm worried that we're gonna lose quorum, and I don't know if we're gonna get quorum tomorrow, and I know that the Coalition of Large Tribes is meeting the end of the month, and that we're gonna have consultations. I'm worried, so Economic Development Committee is going to, the tribe to partner with Tampa Funds to apply for a RISE grant, and it's a $2 million grant due by the 20th of April, so it's due by next week. So I have a resolution that I wanted to present to council as emergency resolution to emergency legislation to allow Tampa Funds to partner with the tribe and apply for this grant.
Okay, I only had one more thing on my, and it's not going to take very long. I just wanted to report that the road department still hasn't hired a director. We had 4 applicants. I'm probably going to go ahead and set up interviews for those 4 applicants. I'm just letting you guys know that I will do that, and I'll notify you guys of the date. Okay? I think they're 4 good applicants. So it's been open for quite a while now, and I think it needs to be filled. So. Okay.
Okay, is that all you had?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is it okay if I bring this on?
Down to that, and then Eileen needed to bring something on with Head Start. So go ahead. Go ahead and bring us on emergency legislation.
Okay, motion for emergency legislation?
Number is 108. Need a second. Ray. Question by Eileen. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Online.
Online. Donna?
Yes.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve resolution 23108.
A second.
Second by Ray. Go ahead.
If whereas the Tribal Economic Development Committee has the authority and responsibility to review and recommend Tribal Council approval of economic development plans and projects initiated for the benefit of the tribe. And whereas the United States Department of Agriculture, USDA, has published a grant notice for the Native American tribal governments, public and state-controlled institutions of higher learning, state governments, nonprofits having a 501c3 status with the IRS, other than institutions of higher education and others, the Rural Innovation Stronger Economy funding opportunity of $2 million available to provide financial assistance in support of innovation and job accelerator programs that assist the ability of distressed rural communities to create higher wages, accelerate the formation of new businesses, and help rural communities identify and maximize local assets. Application due April 20th, 2023, with a match requirement of $500,000. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Economic Development Committee recommends the RST Tribal Council authorize Tatanka Funds, a nonprofit partner, not sub-entity, a partner of the Rosebud Economic Development Corporation, REDCO, to apply for RISE grant on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. And therefore it be resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves and adopts the recommendation of the Tribal Economic Development Committee and authorizes Tatanka Funds to submit the application, which is due on April 20th, 2023. Be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes and directs the president or his designated official to sign and execute all applications, contracts, and documents thereof. Before questions, I just want to let everybody know that I don't want the $500,000 match to scare anybody away. Tatanka Funds, along with REDCO, and hopefully the tribe, want to reach out to private partners, private donors, and seek a various amount of funds. If we are granted and awarded this, and we can't come up with the $500,000, the tribe won't have to flip the bill for that. We'll just decline the award. So I just want the tribal council to be aware of that.
The treasurer will find the funds.
Yes, find the funds, treasurer.
Steve, you have a question? Question. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Online, Donna?
Yes.
11,
Opposed?
0,
Not voting.
1.
Motion carried. Okay, Eileen, you're up next.
I have a, one for education and, 3 for Head Start.
Thought we were just dealing with one. Are they all emergency or?
Yeah, well, this education one, by 5 o'clock, if she doesn't get this approved, she's gonna lose.
Okay,
her vehicle.
all right.
So go ahead and do the education one.
It's after 5.
Lost your vehicle. She better give us a ride.
That's my officer view.
This is, okay. Looks like you need to bring it on at resolution number 2023-53 amendment, or what does that mean? You need to reconsider and amend that? Is that what you're doing?
Because our first one, they lost out on the truck.
Okay. You need to reconsider and amend 2023-53.
Yes.
Need a second.
Neil.
Neil. Go ahead.
6 where the RST Education Department has advertised for bids for SUV and AWB for the Tribal Education Department and has received bids from Denny Manholt of Rapid City, South Dakota, and whereas the Denny Manholt dealership in Rapid City has submitted quotes for several new and used certified SUV vehicles for no more than $35,000, we will select from what is available upon arrival of this resolution, as they sell very quickly, and therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council grants approval their RST Education Department to purchase one of the vehicles for the bid not to exceed $35,000 that are still available upon approval of this resolution.
Any questions or discussion? Go ahead, Ray. Go ahead.
Yeah. Probably for the treasurer. On these resolutions, does it have to identify a funding source for these? Submitted to finance for these, or?
So, this is for the education department? Where is it coming from? Their budget, I would assume?
It doesn't have on here where she,
I guess I only ask because I know there's several times when they have to bring back a resolution to identify a funding source and all that other.
Correct, yeah, that should be all,
can we have as amended and we can insert where that line item is coming from? Because she doesn't have it.
You want to call and ask her what line item?
Yeah.
yeah.
Is it Cindy?
Just asking them and it will just the top sense.
Did you send out like a memo to directors to include that?
I'm send a reminder. That's all.
Yeah, if they allow me to.
And one resolution, I'm not
20 said this.
I know.
Yeah, we're kind of just going off the agenda, but if we got resolutions that need to be, come on as emergency, we might as well do them now.
So can we, approve this as amended and insert where the funding is coming from? Or do we just need
It's
a?
up to the council as amended and to include the funding
Because
source.
The monitor isn't gonna allow her to get it where she's not gonna be able to get it out of. They're not gonna get it, they're not gonna approve it if it's not in a correct way, so.
We've ran into that with a lot of CARES transactions where the funding source isn't, so it does end up coming back.
And you can insert it in, find out and insert it in.
I just wrote it on.
Yeah, I mean,
Who seconded that? Ray? Neil? Neil, is that okay? Yes. Amended? Okay. Is there any more, questions on it or discussion? We need a question. Steve, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Online, Donna? Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried.
So I'm gonna do these 2 months and then I'll do the last one. These are, all emergency, they're all, Head Start. So these ones are kind of cut and dry on mods, so we'll get it done quick.
That what it is?